Constitution and laws of the Republic of Namibia to the best of my ability. Announcement. Today, the 16th of June, marks International Day of the African Child. This year's commemoration also marks the 50th anniversary of the historic student protest and is observed under the theme, that is student protest in South Africa, and is observed under the theme ensuring universal access to water, sanitation and hygiene for every child in Africa. In recognition of this important occasion, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery of members of the 6th National Children's Parliament who are here today to observe the proceedings of the House. Amongst our distinguished guests is Honorable Jane Phiri, Speaker of the 6th session of Namibian Children's Parliament, representing the Hardap region. Also present is Honorable Gerson Neumbo, a distinguished youth leader from Namib High School in Swakopmund, Erongo region, who serves as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Education and ICT in the 6th session of the Namibian Children's Parliament. Honorable members, on behalf of this House, I extend a warm welcome to the honorable members of the 6th Namibian Children's Parliament and wish them a meaningful and inspiring International Day of the African Child. Now, any messages from the head of state? Yes. Any petitions? Reports of the standing or select committee? Any petitions?
There's another announcement. This one.
No.
But we do engage with the head of state. The head of state does. We have now seen that anyone can deliver a message of the head of state. Honorable Shifeta just did that the other time. So I also have a message from the head of state, because everyone is open. Must I deliver today or tomorrow, Speaker?
No, Honorable. Next year.
Okay. So we are not...
After consultations with the presiding officer. Yes, there is a second announcement from the Speaker. I am advised here. I omitted one. And this is to inform the members that the Wellness Committee is inviting all members of Parliament and the Secretariat to the winter run of walk fun that will take place on Friday, the 26th of June, 2026. I hear somebody doesn't want to participate and they are aged to. The purpose of the fun walk is to promote a healthy workforce by enhancing the physical wellness, strengthen relationships, and improve team communication between members and the Secretariat. In addition to the fun walk, the committee will be happy to receive donations in the form of blankets, unused, that is new or second-hand clothes, shoes, or any item for use by needy households in care facilities in the country. Anonymous donations could be dropped in the box at the reception area at the police entrance there. The wellness team is looking forward to the maximum participation of all members and the Secretariat, and the following categories will be rewarded. 1, Best Dress Runner. 2, Funniest Dress. 3, Longest Distance, covered. And 4, Perseverance in a certain age category. Kindly confirm attendance with the Office of the Secretary by the 19th of June, 2026. Okay, now we revert back to The routine of business. D, petitions. Any petitions? Yes, Honorable Wampanda.
Speaker, I'm rising on procedures really just to advise. So we agree and appreciate that there are important issues. There are important issues, so the sequence would need to be done. Like what has happened, you see now that they are arranged in terms of minister this, minister that. We agree, we don't have a material problem with that. But we're also just saying that when that has been considered, there are also notice of motions that are also urgent. Honorable Amutse had tabled an urgent motion that speaks about what we must do annually. Honorable Upindis also tabled a motion on petroleum.
What point are you raising
on
now?
Procedures. I'm saying yes. We agree with how this is arranged, but next time let's just do a balance so that we don't just have all ministers' things just put on top there as if we are all insignificant. So I'm advising on procedure, Speaker, that consideration should also just have, let's have a balance. We cannot just be changing the order paper and just put ministers. So it's really just an advice that you could consider. But at least you are prioritizing important things that we need to be also to do, but there are equally other important things that members who are not in the executive. Let's look at the time. Some motions are time bound. They are also equally important. Just that advice on procedure, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, thank you. Yeah, Honorable Member, okay, maybe you now give me an opportunity to also raise that issue, but let me first start with the following. And that is Rule 119, Arrangement of Order Paper. It says, under Sub 1, the Secretary, in consultation with the Speaker, may arrange proceedings on the order paper in whatever order the Secretary deems fit. And then 2, on Thursday, that's now when we prioritize the questions. Now, having said that, what I want to say in regard to that is, the honorable members who have issues that they may want the Secretary to consider as priority when she arranges the order paper, may approach the office of the Secretary, bearing in mind, of course, that there is this rule that gives a discretion to the Secretary. The second point is, there is a provision that talks about the consultations by chief whips. Chief whips represent the different political parties. So the chief whips can meet and discuss on anything, so long as we do that within the context of the rules. And we don't take it that whatever is agreed there is now the rule, because that has to be applied within the rules. But communication is always a good thing. I just needed to explain that part. Now, having said that, and the reason why this order paper changes is because the front desk is sometimes approached by certain members that would say, okay, there is this issue, and then that is considered. But like I say, it's not a requirement. That is not a requirement because the discretion is given to the Secretary, but we do listen to the members. Yeah. Yes. We now proceed reports of standing or select committees. Is it a point of what? Honorable? Yes, you have the floor, Honorable National.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine really just a quick one. I just wanted to confirm and find out, because last week the petroleum bill was pushed to Wednesday. I just wanted to confirm that is that really correct, or technical issues had happened, because it was supposed to be on Wednesday, not today. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable, I would have to be advised. So you are saying it was not deferred to Wednesday, it was deferred to today? Huh? To Wednesday, not to today. Oh, okay, I would have to check with the Secretariat and defer a ruling on that one and do so a tea break. Yeah. Yeah, no, I will give a ruling after tea break when I'm advised. Yes, right, Honorable Prime Minister?
No, Honorable Speaker, actually deferred to today. However, the honorable members, especially the Honorable Ricardo and the Honorable Leader of the official opposition in Parliament, on their own, they caucused to make it Wednesday. So it is today. he was talking other things. But it is today, Honorable.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. But I will still confirm that, and after the break, I will announce the yes, because now I have two different views. Thank you. Okay. Now we proceed. Other reports and papers. Notices of questions. Honorable Fries. Please note that we have 20 minutes for written notice of questions.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
I
As per the
hereby
ruling
give
of the
notice
presiding
that on
officer.
Thursday, the 25th of June 2026, I shall ask the Honorable Minister of Urban and Rural Development, Honorable James Sankwasa, the following. Section 31C of the Local Authorities Act 1992 places a clear statutory duty on local authority councils to provide, maintain and carry on services for the removal and disposal of refuse and other unhealthy matter. Yet across many towns, residents continue to witness irregular refuse collection, overflowing waste sites and growing dependence on private contractors to perform what is fundamentally a municipal or council responsibility. I therefore ask, 1. How many local authorities are currently failing to provide reliable refuse collection services as required by the Local Authorities Act? 2. How many local authorities currently outsource refuse collection services either partially or fully? On 3. What is the total amount spent by local authorities on refuse collection contractors nationwide? 4. Has the ministry conducted any assessment comparing the cost of outsourcing refuse collection versus investing in municipal refuse trucks, equipment and personnel? 5. How many refuse collection vehicles owned by local authorities are currently operational, under repair or out of service nationwide? And lastly, what plans does the ministry have to strengthen municipal capacity so that councils can progressively perform their own statutory refuse collection functions? I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Please table the questions, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Mbuti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that on the 18th of June 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Finance, Honorable Erika Shafuta, the following. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I bring to the attention of this August House a critical matter of basic human dignity, public health and social justice that affects our most vulnerable members of our society. I bring to the attention of this August House the critical matter of basic human dignity, public health and social justice that affects the most vulnerable members of our society, our elderly, our sick, and people living with disabilities. Every month, thousands of our senior citizens journey to non-post offices across our constituencies to withdraw their hard-earned pensions and vital social grants. These are the mothers, the fathers, pioneers who built our nation. Yet, upon arrival at these institutions, they are routinely subjected to long hours of waiting queues, exposed elements, every month, thousands of our senior citizens journey to non-post offices across our constituencies to withdraw their hard-earned pensions and vital social grants. These are mothers, fathers, and pensioners who built our nation. Yet upon arrival on these institutions, they are routinely subjected to long hours, waiting queues, and exposed to the elements without to access single public toilets. I therefore ask the Honorable Minister the following. Since non-post is under the Ministries of Finance, and tasked with distributing social grants to thousands vulnerable Namibians, what minimum infrastructure standards specifically regarding accessible public sanitation does a ministry require to non-post to maintain its high traffic branches? Can the Honorable Minister inform this House whether there is an immediate strategy or infrastructure audit underway to retrofit existing high-traffic non-post branches with public toilets? The last one, is the ministry prepared to collaborate with the Ministry of Urban Rural Development to create a joint policy framework that mandates public-private partnerships between local authorities and financial institutions to co-found these essential public amenities into commercial zones? I so submit.
Please table the questions. Honorable member, please table the questions. Yes. Yes, honorable members, I'd just like to advise that when there is an interruption, the honorable member shouldn't restart the question. You will continue from where you ended. Honorable Hengari, maybe they are on strike, I don't know. Is Honorable Hengari?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, my question is oral.
Okay, just put down and press again to come from the bottom. Yes, but I'm keeping track. Yes, I'm rounding up, and I'm allowing some flexibility. Yes. So, Honorable Hengari, okay, yours is, you put down and put, press again. Honorable Lucato.
My relative sister, the Speaker, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, and the leaders of various political parties, good day, and thank you for the platform. Today, Tuesday, 16 June 26, I hereby give note that on Thursday, 25 June 26, I shall ask the Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Arts, Culture, my relative sister, Honorable Sanet Stienka, the following questions. Grade 1 admission crisis at Okahanja Primary School. Honorable Minister, it's been reported that a serious grade 1 admission crisis has erupted in Okahanja Primary School, where hundreds of our parents gathered after being informed that only a limited number of application forms would be issued despite the high demand for learners. Let me come to the first question. Is the Minister aware of the grade 1 admission crisis currently and found at Okahanja Primary School? Second question, how many grade 1 learners applied for admission at the school for the 2027 academic year, and how many spaces are currently available? Number 3, what immediate measures is the ministry taking to ensure that all eligible grade 1 learners in Okahanja are accommodated in public schools? Number 4, has the ministry investigated the allegations of irregularities and the favoritism in the admission of process? And if so, what were findings? The last is second, what plans does the ministry have to construct additional classrooms, expand existing schools, or establish new schools at Okahanja and in other affected areas in the country? The last one, by when can parents expect a permanent solution to the shortage of grade 1 spaces in Okahanja and some other areas? I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Table your questions, please. Yes, Honorable Mongo.
I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 25th of June, 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, Honorable Lucia Ipumbu, the following. Namibia's only forensic laboratory is burdened by a backlog of approximately 7,000 DNA cases. DNA evidence is central to the prosecution of serious crimes such as murder and rape. Yet years of underfunding have left the Namibian Police Forensic Science Institute struggling to keep pace with the demand. While the laboratories receives around 1,000 new cases every quarter, its limited resources, aging equipment, and insufficient budget continue to undermine the criminal justice system, potentially delaying justice for victims and accused persons alike. Honorable members, the primary cause of delays in the finalization of court cases and police investigations is a limited operational capacity of this forensic institute. I therefore ask the following questions. In view of the 7,000 backlogged DNA cases since 2021, what specific policy, operational, and financial intervention has the ministry implemented to address this backlog? How many murder, rape, and other serious criminal cases have been delayed, postponed, or withdrawn due to outstanding DNA analysis over the past 5 years? What is the current average turnaround time for DNA analysis, and how does this compare to international best practice standards? How many additional forensic scientists, technicians, and support staff are required to bring the Namibian Police Forensic Science Institute to full operational capacity, and when will these positions be funded and filled? Has your ministry explored temporary partnerships with accredited regional or international laboratories to accelerate the clearance of the backlog? And if not, why not? I so submit.
Thank you. Please stay with the question. Honorable Binge Sheundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, 25th June 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sport, Art and Culture, Honorable Sanitsi Kambe, following. Honorable Minister, every year parents across the country are forced to queue for many hours, and in some cases overnight on the queues, to obtain application forms for schools placement, and the same happens in January every year. Parents experience additional costs for transport, application fees, and loss of working hours. Yet many children still fail to ensure placement because of limited spaces in schools. I therefore ask the following questions. What actions is the ministry taking to establish a uniform national admission policy and that regulates application fees, ensure transparency, and prevent financial barriers from limiting a child's access to schooling? Parents from low-income and marginalized communities apply to multiple schools to secure placement for their children. Does the ministry believe that the charging of the $10 per application form is consistent in ensuring compulsory free primary and secondary education for all? What strategies are in place to ensure that schools do not create unrealistic expectations by using significantly more application forms than available spaces at the school? Does the ministry monitor the admission criteria used by schools to ensure that they are applied fairly, consistently, and without discrimination? Does the ministry have a plan to ensure that all government schools operate at the same minimum standard of educational quality and infrastructure, thereby ensuring that admission pressure is not concentrated on a few high-performing schools only? I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
Please stay with the questions, Honorable.
Very good.
Honorable Kandarozo. Oh. So she decided to make sure nobody gets up before she's gone back. Yes, Honorable Kandarozo, you now have the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and welcome our Swagomont. I hereby give notice that on the 18th June 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Justice and Labor Relations Honorable Philemon Emmanuel, the following questions. Honorable Minister, there is growing concern among the public regarding the administration of deceased estates and the execution of wills. Many families are experiencing extreme delays in the finalization and the release of estates, sometimes taking 10 to 15 years before beneficiaries receive what is rightfully theirs. This situation places a heavy financial and emotional burden on the families who depend on these estates for survival and stability. I hereby ask the following questions. Why does the Masters of High Court continue to experience such a prolonged delay in processing wills and deceased estates? What are the main causes of this delay within the system? Why do affected individuals often fail to receive clear answers, even approaching senior officers such as the one of the Minister? What urgent measures is the Ministry taking to address this inefficiency? Are there plans to reform the administration of the Master of High Court system to improve accountability and ensure that estates are finalized within a reasonable time frame? Finally, is it true that there is a dispute between the Masters of High Court and the Chinese company that installed the system, but refusing to hand over the data, saying, you either reappoint us or we are not going to give you the information? So the government is holds on their. Please explain to us. The public seek reassurance that this ongoing issue will be resolved with agency and transparency. I so submit.
Yes, Honorable Kandorobi, it's good that you fell short of what you were about to say, because otherwise it was going to spoil an otherwise important question. Yes. Okay, now I will give the floor to 3 more, because I have observed that most members were within their time limit of 3 minutes. So we have saved a few seconds from each. So now I'll give to Honorable Amkoto, Honorable Mbundu, and then Honorable Nashinge. Yeah, Honorable Amkoto.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give a notice that on Thursday, the 25th of June, 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, Honorable Sangwasa James Sangwasa, the following question. Honorable Minister, approved the appointment of Mrs. Kalista Gosses as a Chief Executive Officer of Tsumeb Municipality, following the recommendation of duly constituted interview panel. However, despite such an approval, the successful candidate has reportedly not received a formal appointment letter and has not assumed office. I therefore ask the Honorable Minister the following. If the appointment was approved by the Honorable Minister, what specific factors have prevented the issuance of a formal appointment letter to the successful candidate? Number 2, does the Ministry consider it acceptable that an appointment approved by the Minister remain unimplemented for an extended period without explanation, or are they undermining the authority of the Minister? Number 3, what message does this send to a qualified professionals who participated in the recruitment process in good faith and expect the appointment to be made on merit? I so submit.
Very good.
Yes, please take the question.
Are they undermining the Minister?
Yes, I give the floor to Honorable Mbundu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. I hereby give notice that on Thursday, the 18th of June 2026, I shall ask the Minister of Justice, Labour Relations, Honorable Philemon Emmanuel, the following. Recognizing the government litigation is funded by taxpayer and that prolonged legal dispute often result in additional costs through legal fees, interest and adverse court orders, and noting the importance of ensuring that public funds are used prudently and not despite in resolve on the most cost-effective manner, I wish to ask the Honourable Minister the following. Question 1, what is the total number of active court cases currently are being defended by government, broken down by the ministry's office, agents, and state-owned enterprises? Question 2, in how many of those cases has been settled or mediation been considered or recommended as a matter of more cost-effective alternative to litigation? Question 3, which ministries, offices, agents, or state-owned enterprises have been high number of recurring legal dispute, and what measures are being taken to address the cause of this litigation? Question 4, what criteria are used to determine whether a matter should proceed to trial or settle or be resolved through alternative dispute resolution mechanisms? Last one, what measures are in place to ensure that litigation decisions across government are guided by cost-benefit consideration and prudent use in public fund? I so ask.
Yes, please table the questions. Now I understand the question of Honorable Nashinge is oral, so I'll give the last written notice to Honorable Izazi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I hereby give notice that on Thursday, 25th June 2026, I shall ask the Honorable Minister of Justice and Labor Relations the following question. Section 11, subsection 1 of the Labor Act 11 of 2007 states that the employer must pay to an employee any monetary remuneration to which the employee is entitled, not later than 1 hour after completion of the ordinary hours of work on the normal day, which may be daily, weekly, fortnightly, or monthly, in cash or at the employee's option by means of payment instrument, and the payment must be either to the employee or by direct deposit into an account designated in writing by that employee in a sealed envelope if payment is in cash, or by a payment instrument if the instrument is in documentary form. Against this background, I wish to ask the Minister the following question. Number 1, what specific measures has the Ministry undertaken to address the late payment of wages by security companies? Number 2, why are companies that repeatedly contravene Section 11, subsection 1 of the Labor Act not disqualified from tendering the public contract? Number 3, why are labor inspectors not mandated to conduct monthly compliance checks on security companies to safeguard workers' rights? The last one, what material steps will the Ministry implement to ensure strict enforcement of the law and protection of employees in the security sector? I so submit.
Yes, please table the questions. Okay. Now that concludes our written questions. I will now allow agent oral questions for not more than 20 minutes. We start with the, yes, Honorable Hengari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My oral question is directed to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. And it's with regard to the young business operators whom we casually refer to as order with me operators. Now, Right Honorable Prime Minister, one of the things that I find quite difficult, that makes it very difficult for us to have problems with you as an individual, and secondly, as a Prime Minister, is that you've taken on a consultative approach. And so it makes it very difficult for us when it comes to really looking and criticizing or critiquing your work. I must appreciate that you've taken on a consultative approach in terms of getting young people to engage with your office and as well as the Minister of Finance. Now, my issue is that we often get caught up in this cycle of consultations. The issues that are faced by young order with me operators are not new to this house and are not new to us. I think every Namibian person who has been following or who has a young person at home who takes on order with me to sell products in Namibia as a means to an end and to really make something for themselves also gets to understand the issues they are faced with. Now, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to find out, one, earlier on when we were doing the appropriation bill and we had a discussion on it, we had a discussion with the Minister of Finance here and the efforts that that particular ministry had taken, especially with regards to NAMRA, as NAMRA is under that particular ministry. I want to understand and really know what it is that the Prime Minister intends to do. That's one. Particularly given that NAMRA had already committed to establishing a special unit that would make it easy for these operators to operate and also make business through order with me. That's one. Two, Right Honorable Prime Minister, are we saying that without the involvement of the Prime Minister in issues such as these, we should not expect really much progress? Has there been progress in terms of NAMRA? Has your office also engaged NAMRA on those issues that the operators are faced with? What is it really that we are trying, or do you as Prime Minister intend to do with these engagements? Because for me, it almost seems as this repetitive cycle of consultation, inviting young people to meetings in halls, inviting young people to engage, to share their problems, and we're really turning these engagements into some therapy sessions while we already know what is intended to be done or what ought to be done, and we really already know the approach that ought to be done. And instead of really moving from consultations, I feel, and I fear, Right Honorable Prime Minister, that we are stuck in one phase and we're really not making progress. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Now, that's 3 minutes. Please note that it's question and answers within 20 minutes. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Honorable Member, Senior Member of the House, Honorable Ngari, thank you, Comrade Speaker, for the opportunity to talk to our honorable young member. Now, it was on 26 February 2026 when the budget was tabled by the Honorable Minister of Finance. And in that statement, the Minister made the point that we have heard about the order with me, and that we will engage the order with me. An honorable member was here also. I saw her clapping because it is the right thing to do, to engage. Lawmaking cannot succeed without consultation. And lawmaking also is not an infinite conversation for the sake of talking. Fortunately, that side and this side, we come from the same generation of young people. We did not climb drums to talk just for the sake of talking. We are now here from that youth empowerment which we have spoken about and which we have put in our NDP6, that there must be number 3, youth empowerment. So these young people have come and they have challenges which we have met with NAMRA, and we have met with NAMRA extensively, talking to them what must be done. However, honorable members, and that's where I want to conclude, the engagement in Commerce-Down is very, very, very enlightening insofar as this August House is where the finger is being pointed, that we have not enacted legislations that assist these young people. And therefore, in our meeting with them, and what we have resolved, beyond talking, is that we will come to this August House, and I look forward to the honorable youthful member there, to come on board insofar as amending the legislation that is making it inhibiting for these young people to do business. And we must be deliberate in these young people to do business. We have said to NAMRA, they must not treat these young people in a manner that is so, what is the best diplomatic word for the August House? They must not be treated like some kind of objects. They must be listened to, and if they succeed, Namibia succeeds. And our view, therefore, Honorable Member, you can be rest assured, certainly in this same generation, talking for the sake of talking will not be. And that's why, remember, I support you when you said we must make sure that local music must be played more in our local stations and so forth. And that conversation speaks to youth empowerment, speaks to creative industry. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a conversation that we must have at all time, everywhere, from Okakarara to Kachinakachi. Thank you very much.
Yeah. No, honorable members, no, honorable, now it's already 12 minutes. It can't be one person taking up the whole urgent oral question. No, honorable member, I now have to go to Honorable Nashinge over a cup of tea. The Honorable Prime Minister has. No, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mine is going to the Honorable Minister of International Relations and Trade. Happy birthday to you, by the way. Many more returns. Honorable Minister, Honorable Rodney Klute last week asked you a question on how safe our citizens are in the Republic of South Africa, given the ongoing issues that are happening there. And I think the next day or two, we are told our citizens and businessmen and colleagues were hijacked. And today, day 5, they have not gotten any assistance yet. I just wanted to find out if you are aware that their car is not found yet. They lost their passports, the 24-seater bus that is. They lost their passports, and also, if you are aware that they have not gotten any assistance from the embassy, that you assured us that they are alert, they are vigilant, and they are on the ground sniffing what is happening there to our citizens. So, Honorable Minister, have you gotten time to speak to them at least? Do you know where they are right now and what they are going through? Have you spoken to the officials at the office in Pretoria? Will it be possible perhaps to set up a toll-free number, sort of, so that our citizens, if they find themselves in a situation like this, they're able to call quick and get a fast response from the officials at our embassies? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, and happy birthday to you.
Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker, and Honorable Nasinga, thank you very much for the best wishes. 80.
No singing.
18. I'm 80 years old. 18. Thank you very much for the question, Honorable Nashinge. A question that speaks to the safety and security of our nation, as indeed the question was posed last week. I'm in touch with our High Commissioner in Pretoria, as well as our Consulate General in Cape Town. But let me preface my response as follows. South Africa is a neighbor, a very important neighbor, and in the spirit of good neighborliness, we hope and pray that they will resolve this ongoing situation soonest. Now, with regard to, I think it was the Mbishi transportation, the hijack that happened Thursday. Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware because our mission has sent us a report. It was really a matter of being in a wrong place at a wrong time. The report that we have from our mission, and together with the Transport Association of South Africa, is that there are several of our nationals who have transportation business between our two countries. Now, the South Africans have reached out to the Namibians to engage them to find a way of working with this association. What is happening now is that the mission is working with the police to basically assist them. It is not true that they are not in touch. Well, I'm relying on the report that I received from our mission, and I have no doubt not to believe them. Secondly, that is now one issue. That is the transportation. With regard to the safety of our nationals, I reported last week, Honorable Speaker, that our nationals in South Africa have organized themselves in associations, and the High Commissioner is meeting them tomorrow. But as I speak, none of them are affected with regard to this one incident. Not that it is not important, because they are our national and we are supposed to assist them. So that is the information I can share with you, that yes, I'm aware and I'm on daily engagement and interaction with our two missions in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. The last one is Honorable Lutuhezi. I believe the question and answer may take up all the time, but if you are
thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister of Gender Equality and Child Welfare, Honorable Dr. Kantema. As I'm speaking to you, starting from yesterday, our senior citizens, the most vulnerable, some of them cannot walk, some of them are blind. They've been transported to pay points at places like Mazanino, Kaliangile, and other places. Upon reaching there, and I should say most of the transport is for borrowing. They say we'll pay you when you get there. Upon reaching there, just to find that their salaries have been cut, grants have been cut, they are not eligible. The grants, I'm talking about social grants. And then they are told to travel again kilometers away to the town, to Katimamulilo, to go and get verified. So my question, Honorable Minister, is that why are these people not informed? Because they are very, very old. This situation is depressing them, stressing them, and we hear that they are going to get, after being verified, they are going to get their salary, not salaries, but grants in August. I'm talking about people, some of them are 101 years old. Are they going to reach August with this stress? How can the ministry assist? Why can't you dispatch mobile teams to go to these villages in the rural areas and verify them there to avoid further stress?
Thank you.
I so submit.
Yes, Honorable Minister of Gender.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you to Honorable Lutuhezi for that concern. In answering this question, I just want to provide background in terms of what transpired for around 15,825 old age grant recipients to be suspended. You may be aware that during the budget tabling, we provided an update in terms of how we want to bring in efficiency, by upgrading the system that we use from SaaS system to ISAS. Now, earlier this year, we even went in radios in terms of vernacular languages to communicate to our recipients, calling on the recipients for verification. As you know, in terms of accountability, and also to ensure that the public funds do reach legitimate beneficiaries, it is required that you should often verify to ensure that this person is still alive. I mean, we do that with GIPF. We have seen it. We are required to go and verify. So unfortunately, not all beneficiaries responded to our call, hence the suspension. But what we have done, on the 3rd of June, we issued a press statement in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance to inform the beneficiaries to reach out to the Ministry of Gender Equality and Child Welfare offices, which most of the time is present in most constituencies, in order for them to go with the documents to be verified. You need to bring your national ID, the birth certificate, if married, a certified copy of marriage certificate, and upon verification, it is expected that the grant will be reinstated immediately. We are fully aware of the shortcomings that comes with traveling long distances, and the team is working on to ensure that we do not leave a gap, knowing the inconvenience that this process has caused. So this is an issue that's receiving attention, and we hope that also from the beneficiary side, they'll be able to cooperate. We really need to ensure that we have the correct database. The public funds are reaching the legitimate beneficiaries, and we have to complete the process. They will receive the back pay. So we are really calling upon the beneficiaries to ensure that they do cooperate with us. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one, Honorable Haikola. If you are brief, you will have time to get an answer, please. To the point quickly.
Honorable Speaker, my question goes directly to the Minister of Finance, Honorable Shafuda. Minister, the most catastrophic and calamities that public servants are currently facing is CMS, the amendment of CMS. So, Honorable Minister, are you aware that there are medications that are very important, prescribed by doctors, tested by pharmaceuticals laboratories, that are designed for patients, mostly those ones that are suffering from chronic depression, mental health, that are removed from CMS? Minister, are you aware? Medications such as Cerebrin, it regulates stress and mental health, the moods. It helps actually patients to be able to cope with stress, but they are currently removed from CMS. Just last week, a patient we had a consultation with a doctor. The doctor prescribed, went to the pharmacy told the patient that those medications are removed. The pharmacies have actually confirmed, they have written it in black and white that they are removed. Minister, are you aware of these catastrophic issues that the public servants are facing?
Thank
That's
you.
one.
It's an
What do
important
we
question,
do? What is the ministry going to do about it? Because this is not the only medication that is removed. Many more that are tested.
Honorable, your time is running out.
If
I want
that's
to
the
hear
case,
the minister.
Then why are the doctors writing it? Why are they prescribing it if these medications are not important?
Can the minister answer, please?
Only
If
one.
your time is, Minister, can you answer the question, please?
Honorable Speaker.
So I give 2 minutes to the minister.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, let me try to see if I will find a catastrophic answer. Calamity. No, on a serious note, no, thank you very much, Honorable Aikola, for the question. The government, being a responsible government, has put in place measures to protect its employees. And it does so in collaboration with the partners that have been given the authority to bargain with the government. Those are the two trade unions, NAPU and NANTU. And whenever there is a review on the benefits of SEMAS, they will be consulted. And through that, they are also consulting their members. For us, as I'm standing here, and I'm standing on behalf of government representatives here in this house and outside there, we are not aware of any medication that has been removed. Honorable, we are not aware. No. Honestly, this is a serious matter. It's a serious matter because there shouldn't be rumors out there. What we only know is the review of the benefits in terms of the limits. Yeah, that one, and is publicly known because it is issued in a circular. We have also mentioned it here. So if there is that doctor or that pharmacist who has got that information, please ask him or her to do me a favor and share with me that information. I need it. You have my number, 0811286379. I so submit.
Thank you very much. Yes. Now we proceed to notices of motions. Notices of motions. Honorable Ampanda, notice of motions.
Oh, Speaker, you are, because I had an agent oral to the minister in the presidency.
Yeah, the time is up, unfortunately.
It's fine, the time is up, but okay. Minister in the presidency, but the time is up.
Okay, Honorable April, notice of motion. Okay, no, the time is up.
No, that's why I'm saying
Can I ask all the members? Can I ask all the members who are asking questions to switch off, please? Yeah. Honorable Karonda. Notices of motions.
You are late. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that in terms of Rule 124, read together with Rules 74, Sub 1, 76, Sub 1, Paragraph C of the Standing Rules and Orders, in internal arrangements of the National Assembly, leave of absence be granted to Honorable Ambrosius Kumbwa for the period from 17th to 19th of June 2026 to undertake official mission. I submit this motion on behalf of Honorable Member and request that this House grants the leave so sought. I so move.
Please table the motion, Honorable Member. Yes. Honorable, yes.
The thing is here.
Yeah, the hands that won't record. Is that the point of, what point are you raising on? Okay. Okay.
What then happens, Speaker, if, Honorable Kalimbo, no one wants to submit his leave? What then happens? Can he submit his own leave in advance? Can I stand up and say, notice is hereby, like what for those members really? Because they are dependent on the generosity of all the single, but they are in solidarity.
Yeah. Okay.
So
okay.
What happens when nobody wants to do that?
Is Chief of the Citizens.
Yes, honorable members. Yes, in fact, it's good that you ask that question. Maybe you asked it in a certain way, but it creates a platform for me to explain an important aspect of this issue. You see, there are members who think that the leave of absence for them, the leave of absence cannot be requested in their case when they are present in the House. They believe that they have to be away, already gone on whatever trip before the leave of absence is sought from the House. And you asking that question actually gives me the opportunity to say, in terms of this rule, because the leave of absence is granted, the House is not notified. The House is requested to grant leave of absence. And then the conditions under which leave of absence may be granted are indicated. And it's also indicated that the chief whip of the member must be in agreement. What that means is that the leave of absence can actually be declined. Yeah, it can be declined, and therefore, yes, it can be declined, and therefore, and this is why I think Honorable Ampanda's question was useful, it is important that the member can actually be in the House, him or herself, and put, if they are the only member of the party, because they are the leader, they are the chief whip, they are everything. Yeah. So they should be in the House to put the request. It is only in unavoidable situations that a member's leave can be sought when they have already gone on leave. If a member is forced by unforeseen and unavoidable circumstances to be away, like you are sick or something happens, then in that case, the explanation can be given at a later time. And that is why, even if you are absent for 10 consecutive days and you qualify to be discharged from the House, you can appeal and explain your case. And then your explanation can be accepted. And then you'll be yes. Or not only, is this a request for clarity or it is to debate? Yes.
Yeah, I will not protest today. I did already.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for indulging me. I just really, maybe because I'm not a member of standing rules, and so for me, I'm a little bit lost on this thing of leave days, and perhaps maybe Speaker can send out a memo to make us understand how many leave days do we have. Those of us who have not previously taken leave from the 7th Parliament, how much are we owed by the Minister of Finance, so that we can understand really where this phenomena of leave days is really coming from, because some of us we are not privy to leave days for members of Parliament. I mean, can you imagine a situation where a member of Parliament, you go to Ghana on official business, on official parliamentary business, but you are on leave in Parliament? It doesn't make sense, Speaker. And I don't know why Speaker really is refusing to listen to us. Is also refusing to just listen to logic, really. I don't understand why this idea that members of Parliament, Speaker, don't have leave days. No. And if we did, then you are out of most of us here have a claim with government. You are now debating, you are not on a point of order. You are arguing. You are arguing, Honorable Member. You see, Honorable Members, I have said on a numerous occasions, I do understand. I only became Speaker in March of 2025. And I have been a member of Parliament since 2003. So I have been where you are. There were many times that I disagreed with the presiding officer. But what I'm saying is this, that this House is a house of lawmaking. We are the custodians of the law. We have rules that are made in terms of the law, in terms of the Constitution. And these rules say, if you disagree with the Speaker, you can have this matter discussed, even if you are not a member of the Standing Rules Committee. Your chief whip is a member, because the rules are saying the Standing Rules Committee is made up of all chief whips and so forth and so forth. So this matter can go there, and the ruling of the Speaker in this regard can be discussed, and then it is brought to this House so that it's overturned. If indeed I have misinterpreted something, because I cannot say that I can make no mistake, but what I'm saying is that we must comply with the rules. We cannot argue with the presiding officer in the House. We can't. That's all that I'm saying. Now we proceed, Honorable Member. And on the other issue, I think you raised the issue of
vacation leaves and the leave days that are owed. I think the presiding officer only interprets these rules. Now, if there are other laws like the labor law, what we are entitled to, what benefits are approved by what authority, that is not a matter for the presiding officer to interpret in this house. But you can seek assistance from the office of the speaker to approach the leader of government business so that arrangements can be made for us to get clarifications, but not a ruling by the presiding officer. I can't make a ruling in that regard. Now, Honorable Lucato, yes, point of privilege again, yes. Is a point of clarification, procedure.
The matter of those who are announced when they are going to be absent. And I just wanted to seek for clarification in relation to this book here, that when the day comes, Thursday, where we must answer, some of those who asked these questions will not be here. And then it will be said, is there anybody who was given to come? So any one of them can say yes, but how do we know that that yes is truly a delegation of the person who has spoken? So I'm therefore saying, I'm saying, if, Honorable Speaker, the same way that we can make those notes, the person who asked the question but not present on that date, maybe can write a note. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, honorable member, the answer of Honorable Ampanda is out of the question, is out of order. But what I would like to say, is what I said when I was answering the question of Honorable Engari. You see, honorable members, the presiding officer only interprets these rules. Now, these rules make an allowance that a member who has posed a question and is not present to put the question, the time that the presiding officer call upon them to do so, may have the question put on their behalf by another member. So that's what the rule is saying. And the rule does not say there must be evidence or it must be in a certain form. But in certain instances, and I was questioning some of those instances, in certain instances, it specifically indicated that there must be a written notification ahead of the incident. But in this specific case, that is not specified. And given that, it doesn't really seem to serve the purpose for the presiding officer to dismiss a question, because these are questions sometimes members are asked to put on behalf of our electorate, and our electorates go and sit in front of televisions and radios. I was moved to hear of a person who moved from a faraway village to come to a center where there is a radio coverage, to listen to Parliament, to the question being answered. So when I say, honorable members, let's suspend questions one day and answer these questions, we are disappointing people out there. Truly, I was heartbroken. To hear that member say that I traveled 80 kilometers to come to a Nana in order to hear the answer to my question, only to be told that, no, that question is not being answered. So I'm done, honorable members. Please, let's not fight over this one. So, honorable members, no, time is up. Okay, what time is it? Now, in terms of the rule, the House will rise until 16 hours. 16 hours. Okay, may we please take our seats? So now we are proceeding with notices of motions. We were on notices of motions. Honorable Klassen, you were on the floor. Okay. Yes, okay. Okay, Honorable, you have the floor.
My relative sister, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, thank you very much for the platform. Today, 18 June 2026, I hereby give notice that on Tuesday, 23 June 2026, I shall move that this August House discuss and agrees to table the motion on the establishment of independent commission of inquiry into the missing 600 million of GIPF funds. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, very good. Yeah. Yes. Why very good. Progressive. Continue. 600 million. We want the money.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. Honorable Speaker, I move in terms of Rule 124, Paragraph 8, read together with Rule 76, 1C of the Standing Rules Order and internal arrangements of the National Assembly that leave of absence be granted to Honorable Sophia Shalingwa on 16 June 2026 to enable her to attend to urgent private matters. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, please table the motion.
Without notice, don't
Honorable Kumbwa.
Good afternoon. Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Mukwai constituency have a population of close to 50,000 inhabitants, situated more than 200 kilometers from east of Rundu. And the Rundu, a rapidly growing settlement within the constituency, currently faces challenges regarding access to immigration services, particularly the acquisition of Namibian passports and emergency travel certificates. Many residents travel to neighboring countries such as Botswana and Angola to visit relatives, conduct business, and engage in other social and economic activities. However, the long distance to immigration offices and the associated financial cost create significant barriers to obtaining the necessary travel documents. The absence of accessible immigration services may intentionally or inadvertently encourage illegal border crossing between Namibia and its neighboring countries. Against this background, Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice that on the 23rd of June 2026, I shall move that this House discuss, debate, and recommend to the Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security the establishment of a gazetted port of entry and an immigration office in Divundu within the Mukwe constituency. I further move that this motion be referred to the relevant parliamentary standing committee for deliberation, recommendations, and reporting back to the National Assembly. Thank you. I so move.
Please table the motion, honorable member. Okay, is it the point of, Honorable Ipumbo? Yes. Honorable Ipumbo, you have the floor on a point of order. Point of procedure, is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member. I know the motion is to be tabled, but the request as being processed, there is already an approved gazetted entry point in the same area. It's just not implemented as yet because of the fiscal space, but there is a designated border point at Mushangara, and as soon as we get the funds available, the office and all other accompanying support services would be then developed there. I don't know if there is still a need for the motion to be discussed and be tabled.
Yes, thank you. I think that's useful information, Honorable Minister. I will read the motion and I will then indicate the ruling, because if it is asking for something that is already decided, there will be no need for it to be. But I can't make a ruling now because I have to look at it within the context of what you have said. Yes, Honorable Samukwa.
Honorable Speaker, I move in terms of Rule 12.124H, read together with Rule 76.1C of the Standing Rules, Orders and Internal Arrangements of the National Assembly, that leave of absence be granted to Honorable Franz Kapofi on 16 June 2026 to enable him to attend to urgent private matters. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please table the motion, Honorable Sam. Yes, please table the motion. Yes, Honorable Karupu.
Honorable Speaker, I move in terms of Rule 124H, read together with Rule 76, Sub-Rule 1D of the Standing Rules, Order and Internal Arrangements of the National Assembly, that leave of absence be granted to Honorable Inge Zamani from 16 to 18 June 2026 while on official mission. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Table the motion, Honorable Member. Honorable, yes, Honorable Nekundi. What point is that one?
Honorable Speaker, I just trying to appreciate insofar as the matter for the leave is concerned, how does it get ordinarily to that committee so that we find the mechanism? Ordinarily, how does it go to there so that then it can be discussed and then the committee come back to Parliament? How does it normally work?
Yeah, okay.
Because I will suggest that, honestly speaking, whoever is a member of that committee, we must expedite that this committee must convene urgently and that item be tabled and engage and come to Parliament and see if we can come up possibly with a better understanding in moving forward. I just want to appeal how it can be handled for the convenience of all of us.
Yes, yes, thank you. Honorable Nekundi, that's an important question. In terms of the rules, the committees, we have standing committees and we have select committees. Standing committees are assigned specific tasks under the rules, under the committee rules. And in addition to the tasks that are assigned to these standing committees under the rules, the Assembly may also refer specific issues to the committees. So the way that things therefore get onto the agenda of the committee is either through a referral of an item that was under consideration in the House, or through a member of that committee putting an item on the agenda of that committee for discussion. Yeah, and I was also saying, when I was explaining to Honorable Hengari, that at least when it comes to standing rules, which is the committee that can also overrule the rulings. And what I need to actually indicate here is that in order for a committee to recommend to Assembly to overrule a ruling of the Speaker, that ruling has to be outside of the rules. It has to be inconsistent with the rules. We can't just overturn the ruling of the Speaker because we don't like it. But what we can do in terms of these rules is we can, by 75% of the majority, suspend a rule. So if we can see that the Speaker is not wrong in ruling the way the Speaker is ruling, but the rule doesn't make sense or it is inconveniencing us, we can say before we amend the rule, we can actually suspend that rule with 75% of the majority, and then when we have an opportunity to amend the rule, we can then amend the rule. Because if we suspend it, it's only suspended for a limited period of time. Now I don't know what else I was supposed to talk to now. The other point escaped my mind. Is it further clarity on that issue? Yeah, okay.
Now, in that way, that we can then do that with 75%?
Suspend, yeah.
Yeah. Now, do one bring a motion, or do a member just stand up like now and move a motion without notice? I don't know how it's called, that we move to suspend that rule. How does it then work for purpose of practicality? Because it's very inconveniencing us and it's taking out of time. Imagine 20 members not here. That means 20 people must stand up just to give a notice.
Yes.
How do I move? How do we move that?
Yes. Okay. So maybe before I answer that, I don't know. Honorable Emmanuel Weiss is a lawyer. Maybe he's going to assist me. Let me first. No. I'm not unable to answer the question. I just want to, because I saw that he was trying to ask for the floor when Honorable Hengari when Honorable Hengari raised the same issue. So I don't know what the laughter is about, honorable members. Sometimes when I rule, you say I'm a dictator, I don't allow a discussion, and when I want to hear you out, you want to ridicule me again. So I don't know what it is that you actually want. But I'm going to answer Honorable Nekundi, but I will hear what the Honorable Emmanuel Weiss has to say. Is it on another matter or it's on this one?
It will come automatically. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I may not answer the question specifically, but I may risk problematizing the situation further. I think what we need what we seek to interrogate, Honorable Speaker, is really the provision of Rule 76, Sub-Rule 1D, vis-a-vis the provision of Rule 76, Sub-Rule 2. Because what Rule 76, 1D says is that one of the grounds upon which a person may be granted leave of absence is to attend to parliamentary activities or functions, or official business. But Sub-Rule 2 of the same rule tells us that the moment somebody accompanies a committee, participate in a committee trip, that person gets to lose his leave of absence. It's a contradiction, Honorable Speaker. And I think that's exactly, or that is the genie of what Honorable Ina was asking earlier on, to say, if I'm on an official business of Parliament, do I necessarily have to take leave? And perhaps we are conflating terms in terms of the leave that is provided for under the Labour Act vis-a-vis the leave of absence when Parliament is in sitting. And I think those are some of the issues that I think when this matter appears before the relevant committee should be interrogated. But I felt I should highlight, the contradictions in terms of the textual construction. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. So, but I think what you are saying is you are actually expressing a view that two provisions of the rules may be contradicting each other. And I think that just highlights the point that I made earlier, to say that we can't debate the issue on the floor. So if we have a concern about the interpretation of a provision, or we have a problem with the meaning of a provision, then we have to take it to another platform, and we have to look at how we deal with it, whether we suspend it for a period, or we are going to consider it in terms of amendment. But maybe the general comment that I would like to make is two. Maybe I start with the first comment, starting from Honorable Nekundi. Without going into the details of what the procedure is, I just want to emphasize the importance of consultations. These rules make provision for chief whips for each political party, and for those whips to consult amongst themselves and to consult with the office bearers, being the speaker, the chairperson, the prime minister, and so forth. And it makes provision that when they reach a consensus, that consensus can be brought to this house. If it's a consensus in regard to time, then it can be enforced. If a consensus is on something else, then it means we take a decision. If it requires that we agree to suspend, then we agree to suspend having consulted. But I don't think that we can just start to debate the rules from scratch in the House through point of procedure or point of order. Otherwise, it's just going to detract us from the debate, and we will descend into chaos. But the last point that I wanted to make before we leave this point is to say, I think it is important to note that because the House, the National Assembly, is established to perform specified function, to pass laws, to exercise oversight, to represent. And our rules are saying we must do our work in the House or through committees, and we must work from these premises where we are given immunity. The rules then make provision that if we have to walk outside of this House, considering the fact that we need a quorum to work, there has to be some kind of organization. You can't say because I am traveling on official duty, I can just go. Then it means there will be no quorum in the House. Then there will be chaos. There is no way of telling when we can schedule what. But if we are organized and we consult, then we know that on this day, if we need to amend the Constitution, we cannot expect to discuss this because we need two-thirds majority. Then we'll be more organized. I just wanted to mention that as we conclude on this matter. Now, having said that, honorable members, we now proceed. I see I still have 3 more people on the list of notices of motion. The next is Honorable Cooper.
Honorable Speaker, I move in terms of Rule 124H, read together with Rule 76 1D of the Standing Rules, Orders and Internal Arrangements of the National Assembly that leave of absence be granted to Honorable Philippus Vito Catamelo from 16 to 18 June 2026 for official business. I so move.
Please table the motion, honorable member. The speaker wants to go and leave. Yes, then. Yeah, that's an important question that we must also consider at another platform, because that has also crossed my mind and it has happened before. I'm sorry to divert, but I had a very, very pressing issue one day that really required me to be somewhere else. And then I called the deputy speaker, and the deputy speaker was on other official duties. So I contemplated to ask the deputy chairperson of the All House Committee. And I was reminded, no, the rules doesn't allow us to replace the deputy speaker as your deputy. So I had to set aside, and I left my family with tears in their eyes because I had to come. I said, no, I can't suspend the proceedings of the House. I have, okay, but now I have accommodated. We end there, we take that matter up at another platform. This is what I'm talking about. There are issues, let us interrogate the rules. So when the presiding officer ruled, I'm not trying to be mean. So for me, it was also difficult that day to take that decision, but I had to comply with the rules, and I had to make sure that the House, the work of the House proceeds uninterrupted. Now, Honorable Mshelenga.
Honorable Speaker, mine is just, I noticed, perhaps it's a new trend, leaves of absence for 2 to 3 days and so forth. This Rule 76 when you read about it, also read Rule 77, Sub-Rule 4, and that's really the crack of the matter. It says, a member who absent himself or herself for 10 or more consecutive sitting days of the Assembly without leave of absence as provided for in Standing Rule 76 loses his or her membership of the National Assembly in accordance with Article 48, subsection 1E of the Constitution. Actually, it comes from the Constitution. That's why the practice has been only when members of Parliament or members of Cabinet have traveled for more than 10 days that we have leave of absence being placed here. Not people going for 2 to 3 days. Yeah. Every day we lose 5 minutes, people, notice of motion walking down there. So, 76.3, if the Committee on Privilege finds that the member has not offered a satisfactory explanation for member's absence from sitting or the assembly or meetings of a committee as contemplated, the Committee on Privilege must... 76. Yeah? 76. Leave of absence may only be granted by the House on motion without notice, stating that the cause of the period of absence.
Yes, honorable members, please let's just allow him to finish, and then you can make a point of order, and then you'll be the last one. No, honorable members, we have spent so much time on this issue. Let him finish, and then I'll give you the floor, and then we conclude.
I was saying, I thought leave of absence was being sought here to be granted so that members may not lose their seats when they are on official duties. Yes. Rather than just a routine exercise every day for 1 day, member is on official business, or 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I have already said in the beginning, let us discuss this issue at another platform. I know that there have been different views on this issue. If we start to discuss this issue today, we are just going to argue until the end of the day. So let somebody put that item on the order paper and we discuss it there. Then, Honorable Kandarodo. Oh, okay, thank you. Now we proceed. We were now with the notices of motions. We finish with notice of motion, ministerial statements, reports from the Committee of the Whole Assembly, and consequential ministerial statements. Honorable Emmanuel Wise.
Notice of motion, Honorable Speaker.
Oh, a notice of a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, you have the floor.
Yeah. Honorable Speaker, notice is hereby given that on Wednesday, 17th June 2026, I shall move that this Assembly considers and approves the asset sharing agreement between the Republic of Namibia and the Republic of Angola. I
The
so
what?
move,
The
Honorable
oth-
Speaker.
Okay. Honorable member, yes, you may table the motion, please. So Honorable Wise wanted his peers to start a commotion. Okay, so there were no ministerial statements, reports from the Committee of the Whole Assembly and consequential proceedings, then orders of the day. The Secretary would read the order of the day. It's 25 minutes to 5. That's when we are getting to the order of the day. Huh?
Notices of motions.
Notice of motions. Oh, so we are still proceeding with the notice of motion. We passed the notice of motions. Oh, here, okay. Very good. So we go to the order of the day. The first notice on the order, in any case, the first notice of a motion by Honorable Shifeta. Does the Honorable member move the motion? I don't see. Oh, okay.
No, Speaker, I request leave to postpone this matter to 18th of June. Can I have your attention? The reason is only known to me, not to you. So don't celebrate. Until the 18th of June, that is Thursday.
Yeah, seconded. Okay, Honorable Ampanda? Yes.
So firstly, Speaker, I want to just establish, you were reading earlier what is the agenda on Thursday. You reminded us what's the program on Thursday. Is it possible for this motion to be referred to Thursday when you were just reminding us on what is the rules providing for on Thursday? That's one. Number two, I want really to thank Honorable Shifeta for standing on principle, and I hope something good comes out of that process. So thank you for being principled.
So, I don't know what, I think the Honorable member is anticipating now. I don't know what happened between Honorable Shifeta and Honorable Ampanda there, but he only deferred the motivation of the motion. Now, coming to the rule that I was reading, order of the day, 117. What I said in regard to Thursday is only that on Thursday, arrangement of order paper, 19 sub 2, yeah, or let's start with sub 1. The Secretary, in consultation with the Speaker, may arrange proceedings on the order paper in whatever order the Secretary may or deems fit. 2, on Thursdays, notices of questions have precedence over notices of motions. In orders of the day and notices of motions of, okay, on Thursday, notices of questions have precedence over notices of motions and orders of the day. And notices of motions of private members have precedence over other notices of motions and orders of the day. That's all it says. It only prioritizes things. It doesn't exclude certain things from the order of that day. Yeah, no, but I think the main point that I'm making is Thursday is like any other day, except that on Thursday, questions is prioritized above everything else. But it doesn't mean nothing else can be discussed on that day except answering of questions. Yeah, it's a long question, whatever, but that is what it says. Yeah. Okay, then, yes, Honorable Wise.
Now, Speaker, I think we need to stick to the text and the language used in the rules for us to mitigate ourselves against the confusion. Rule 117 does not speak to the order of the day. It simply tells us the routine of business. routine without giving us the ranking in terms of how it should appear. The ranking, Honorable Speaker, in terms of this very rule, can only be sourced or mined from Rule 119, which is then left to the discretion of the Secretary in consultation with the Speaker. So I wanted to provide that clarity. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member. No, what I said already earlier, and I'm happy that Honorable Emmanuel Weiss is coming with a point on something so important, really, for the management of the proceedings of the House. What I said is that let us take these issues to the standing rules. We can even agree that if the agenda for next Standing Rules Committee, which is next week, is agreed already, we can decide to say the week after that, we have a dedicated session in regard to some of these issues. And we just discuss them. And then we will come here and make a recommendation on these interpretations, and then we really address them. Yeah, because they are just really delaying us every day. Yeah, thank you. Then the next one, the second notice of a motion is the one of Minister of Finance. Does the Minister of Finance move that the bill now be introduced?
Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Who seconds? Any objections? No. Agreed to. The Minister of Finance now has the floor.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, I rise in terms of Rule 85 to table before this August House the Accountants and Auditors Regulatory Authority Bill. The bill marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to strengthen financial accountability, promote integrity in financial reporting, and align Namibia's accounting and auditing professions with global accounting and auditing standards. The accounting and auditing profession plays an indispensable role in safeguarding the credibility of our accounting information. Accurate and transparent financial reporting.
Minister, did we already pass the stage where you had to table the bill?
You did not?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I was not asked to table it.
Yeah, I think our annotation, it was not in order. So may I request the Minister to table the bill? Yeah, please. Yes. Thank you very much. So the Honourable Minister may now proceed to motivate the bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Let me now start procedurally. I rise in terms of Rule 85 to table before this August House the Accountants and Auditors Regulatory Authority Bill. The bill marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to strengthen financial accountability, promote integrity in financial reporting, and align Namibia's accounting and auditing professions with global accounting and auditing standards. The accounting and auditing professions play an indispensable role in safeguarding the credibility of our accounting information. Accurate and transparent financial reporting is the bedrock upon which public confidence in both government and private institutions rests. The current legal framework of 1951 is over 7 decades old. It no longer serves the complex realities of a modern economy. Over time, the scope of financial accountability has evolved. The auditing function now extends beyond attestation of financial statements to assurance in risk management, sustainability reporting, and compliance of relevant laws and regulations. Similarly, The accounting profession has expanded with emergence of disciplines such as forensic accounting, financial data analytics, and digital financial reporting. These developments require a modern and responsive regulatory environment. The review of the legal framework for the accounting and auditing professions is important and indeed necessary to ensure that the laws stay aligned with the current needs, issues, and challenges of the accounting and auditing profession. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Accountants and Auditors Regulatory Authority Bill seeks to repeal and replace the Public Accounts and Auditors Act of 1951 and to provide for the continuation of the Public Accounts and the Auditors Board as the Accountants and Auditors Regulatory Authority, in abbreviation AARA, not RA, AARA. The AARA will succeed the PAB, inheriting its mandate but with expanded comprehensive regulatory authority over all accounting professionals, that is, all auditors, accountants, and accounting technicians, as well as their respective firms. The drafting of this bill was informed by extensive consultations with a wide range of stakeholders, including the public, the Office of the Auditor General, relevant regulators, professional bodies, academia, and the private sector. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Accountants and Auditors Regulatory Authority Bill is structured in 15 parts, each dealing with a distinct area of professional regulation, institutional governance, and public accountability. Honorable Speaker, allow me to highlight a few key provisions central to this reform briefly. Part 1 lays the foundation of the bill. It sets out the preliminary and interpretative provisions, defines key terms, and clarifies the scope of application. Part 2 deals with the constitution and governance of the new Accountants and Auditors Regulatory Authority. It provides for the continuation of the Public Accounts and Auditors Board, outlines the composition and appointment of the board, and establishes ethical and disclosure requirements of the board. Parts 3 to 6 collectively describe how the authority will function and operate. They set out the objectives, the powers, and the responsibilities of the authority, provide for the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer and staff, establish the committees that will support the board's work, and outlines how the authority's finances will be managed and audited. Together, these provisions create the institutional and administrative foundation for a well-governed, professional, and sustainable regulatory body. Parts 7 to 9 define the regulatory framework for professional oversight. They provide for the accreditation of professional bodies, the registration of accountants, auditors, accounting technicians, and trainees, and the suspension or cancellation of registration when requirements are not met. This group of parts introduces registration requirements, distinguishes between categories of professionals, that is, auditors, accountants, and accounting technicians, and ensures that all practitioners are held accountable to the same ethical and professional requirements. Parts 10 to 11 focus on maintaining quality within the profession. They set out the requirements for conducting audits and empower the authority to carry out inspections and practice reviews. These provisions ensure compliance with international standards and applicable laws and regulations in the profession. Parts 12 to 14 establish the enforcement and appeals framework. They provide for investigations and disciplinary proceedings, prescribe offenses and penalties for misconduct and non-compliance, and establish an independent appeal board to hear appeals against the authority's decisions. Finally, Part 15 contains the general and transitional provisions that provide for the smooth implementation of the new bill. It ensures continuity from the repealed Public Accounts and Auditors Act of 1951, safeguards the recognition of existing practitioners, and empowers the minister to make regulations necessary for the effective administration of the new bill. In summary, the bill's structure is comprehensive yet coherent, ensuring that Namibia's accounting and auditing professions are regulated under a single comprehensive framework that supports international accounting and auditing standards. Having outlined the parts of the bill, I now wish to highlight some of the comprehensive reforms introduced by this new legislation. Among others, direct registration practice certificates. The new bill introduces direct registration with the authority and requires a certificate to practice for all registrants, including auditors, accountants, and accounting technicians. In terms of accreditation of professional bodies, for the first time, professional bodies such as ICANN, NEPA, and ACCA will be subject to accreditation, supervision, and possible suspension or withdrawal of status by the authority, ensuring accountability at the institutional level. Firm registrations. The new bill seeks to include companies and close corporations in the definition of a firm, ultimately including these structures in the registration of auditing, accounting, and accounting technician firms. Governance and accountability. The bill establishes a board of 9 non-executive members appointed based on merit and expertise, supported by a full-time chief executive officer and a secretariat. In terms of oversight, inspection, and enforcement, the authority will have expanded powers of inspection, quality assurance, investigation, and disciplinary enforcement. The new bill establishes revised fines and penalties for non-compliance and professional misconduct, and an appeal board to hear complaints against the decision of the authority. In terms of accounting and auditing standards setting, the authority will be empowered to adopt or adapt, issue, and enforce international accounting and auditing standards applicable to all professionals. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, these reforms modernize the country's accounting profession into a comprehensive regulation, close existing gaps in oversight, and promote integrity and competencies across all levels of accounting and auditing professions. The Accountants and Auditors Regulatory Authority Bill will affect a broad range of stakeholders across both the public and private sector. These stakeholders include auditors, accountants, and accounting technicians, professional bodies, public institutions and regulators, private sector companies and investors, training institutions and universities, and the Namibian public at large. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, in conclusion, the enactment of this bill will strengthen Namibia's financial governance and credibility by supporting growth, transformation, and the integrity of the accounting and auditing profession. It will enhance the effectiveness and relevance of the profession, promote compliance with local laws and regulations and international financial reporting standards, and reinforce both the investor and the Namibian public confidence in accounting information. Ultimately, it ensures that Namibia's accounting and auditing profession remains relevant, competitive, and sustainable in a rapidly evolving global environment, while empowering the next generation of Namibian auditing and accounting professionals. This is very important, and it's a very important bill, like I have said. It has now expanded to cover all professionals. Before, if you are not one of the ones that I have mentioned, you cannot penetrate that profession. Now, let them study accounting, auditing, bookkeeping. As long as they will be registered by the authority, they are in. I want then to take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to all of you honorable members for listening and seek your approval of this bill. Honorable Speaker, I so submit. Thank you.
Now, honorable members, we need to regularize something that seems so trivial but very important. We were supposed to go through the routine that says after the minister has tabled the bill, before she reads the motivation, the secretary was supposed to read the bill the first time and the second time. And we skipped that part. So now, just to be in conformity, I would like to suggest that we please regularize that so that I ask the secretary to read the bill the first time. Yeah? No, but she has already motivated. When we come there, she will just say, I hereby submit the motivation as read. And then it's read a second time so that we are compliant with the rules, because we don't know what the implications would be when the bill is enacted into law. Yeah, okay, do we agree? The secretary would now read the bill a first time.
Accountants and Auditors Regulatory Authority Bill.
Does the Minister of Finance move that the bill now be read a second time?
Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Any objection? None. Agreed to. Now, the Minister now has the floor. She read the motivation, but maybe you just one sentence so that we can move to the discussion. We have to regularize the process.
Motivation is read.
No, she has read the motivation already.
Honorable Speaker, I have motivated as I read it.
Very good, thank you. Now, any further discussions? Yes, Honorable Nashinge. Oh, privilege, okay.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. 36 years later, some of these mistakes are unnecessary. Let us try the best. If we can rehearse a day before, let's do that. Now we must go back, and it's not the first time. The last time on the bill of on the mental health bill, we were struggling, not knowing where to go. For how long are we going to be repeating this type of mistakes? Perhaps let's have a conversation tomorrow at the standing rules.
Honorable Member, this is a stage that is well known to the presiding officer. This was a human error. That's why I picked it up myself. It was not brought to my attention by you, honorable members. I thank the members for their understanding. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now the third. Any further discussions? Yes, Honorable Ampanda.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Minister. We would always welcome any transformative legislation that seeks to change the dynamics of our society in any profession. So on the basis of that, we just received it now. It looks like a very big, beautiful bill. I want to postpone the debate to, what's the date, Wednesday? Next week? Wednesday next week is what? Next week, Wednesday.
Next week, Tuesday.
24th,
Wednesday.
24th.
Next week,
20?
Wednesday.
24th, yeah.
There is the proposal. Is there any objection? Agreed to? Okay. Okay, now we proceed. The third notice of a motion is the one of the Minister of Finance again. Does the Minister of Finance move that the bill be now introduced?
Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Is there any objection? Then it's agreed to. Will the Minister of Finance please table the bill? The Secretary will now read the bill a first time.
Income Tax Amendment Bill.
Does the Minister of Finance move that the bill now be read a second time?
Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Any objection? Who seconds? Agreed to. The Minister of Finance now has the floor.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, thank you. I rise to lay before this August House the Income Tax Amendment Act, which seeks to establish the tax court responsible for adjudicating income tax and value-added tax appeals, and to introduce a general law amendment that clarifies the distinct roles of the Minister and the Commissioner of the Namibia Revenue Agency regarding the administration of the Income Tax Act. The Income Tax Act of 1981, Section 73 of that Act, under the part dealing with objections and appeals, empowers the Minister of Finance by notice in the Gazette to constitute a special tax court to hear disputes arising from income tax and value-added tax appeals. The law allowed the Minister to appoint advisors referred to as members of the court, who, due to their speciality in a given profession, were tasked to advise the President of the Special Tax Court. The Minister of Finance at the time was also vested with powers to administer the Income Tax Act, Section 73 of the Income Tax of 1981, and this was deemed to violate the constitutional principle of the separation of powers. This is so because, on the one hand, the Minister had the power to constitute a special tax court and appoint its members, and on the other hand, the Minister was empowered to administer the provisions of the Act. This state of events was seen as compromising the principles of a fair trial as articulated in Article 12 of the Constitution. The High Court of Namibia declared in 2021 that the provisions in the income tax pertaining to the constitution of the Special Tax Court and the appointment of advisors to that court were unconstitutional. The effect of the order made by the High Court of Namibia meant that the Special Tax Court ceased to exist as an institution under the law. Taxpayers were therefore left without a specialized legal forum to which they could run and have their matters heard. Therefore, this bill seeks to amend the Income Tax Act so as to constitute the tax court for hearing income tax and value-added tax appeals, and any other dispute that is referred to the tax court, to provide for the administrative and procedural rules that govern the conduct of tax hearings, and also to provide for any incidental matters. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the tax court will officially become part of the High Court system in Namibia, as outlined in Article 78, 4, and 80 of the Namibian Constitution. Regarding transitional arrangements, any cases previously adjudicated by the tax tribunal and later appealed to the Special Tax Court will be handled by the tax court. The tax court will be an independent judiciary institution that will be tasked to render fair and objective decisions that are free from external influence, and it will serve as the guardian of transparency and fairness. The establishment of the tax court will strengthen public trust in the tax laws and promote the overall integrity of the tax system. The bill further reaffirms the hierarchy between the tax tribunal and the tax court. The tax tribunal will serve as the forum of first instance, whereby taxpayers are expected to lay their cases in the event that they are not satisfied with an assessment made by a Namibia Revenue Agency. The tax court, on the other hand, will serve as an appellant body that hears appeals from the tax tribunal. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, this bill seeks to clarify the distinctions between executive and judicial authority through the establishment of a dedicated tax court. This also clears up capacity in the High Court. In terms of the amendment to the Principal Act, Clause 1A of the bill substitutes the word minister wherever it appears in the Act for the word commissioner. This is with regard to administrative matters. With the establishment of the Namibia Revenue Agency in 2017, the powers to administer and collect taxes were transferred to NAMRA. This amendment therefore seeks to reallocate the administrative functions to the Commissioner of Namibia Revenue Agency. Clause 1B of the bill substitutes the phrase special court wherever it appears in the Act for the word tax court. Clause 2 of the bill amends the Act by inserting the definition of tax court. Clause 3 amends by substituting Section 73. Section 73(1) is amended, and it confirms that the rules of the High Court will govern the appeal process to the tax court. Clause 73(1)(a) establishes the tax court and determines the matters which the tax court may adjudicate on. Section 73(2) is deleted and substituted with subclause 2a. In terms of this court, the court has a discretion to appoint assessors and determine the place where the court may sit, and grants powers to terminate the appointment of any assessor. Subclause 2b determines the process of how assessors may be selected to serve as advisors to the president of the tax court. Subclause 2c confirms the period of appointment for the assessors. Subsection 3 of the Principal Act is repealed by the virtue of the decision of the High Court. A new subsection 3 is inserted that confirms that the registrar of the High Court will also serve as registrar for the tax court for purposes of providing administrative services of the said court. Subsection 4 is repealed and substituted with subclause 4a that provides that the judge president of the High Court must designate staff to serve on the said court and to designate judge who will serve as the president of the court. Subsection 5a and b of the Principal Act is repealed by virtue of the decision of the court and is substituted by subclause 5 that confirm that the tax court forms part of the hierarchy of the High Court of Namibia. Subsection 7 is substituted, and the insertion confirms that the grounds of appeal shall be limited to the reasons stated in the notice of objection. Subsection 8 is repealed in its entirety. Subsection 9 is repealed, and the administrative obligation to notify a taxpayer about the date of hearing and appeal is not the duty of the commissioner, but that of the tax court. Subsection 10 is amended by inserting the words tax court. Subsection 11 in the main act substitutes section 11 in the main act and reiterates the confidentiality of the proceedings by stating that the hearings shall not be held in public and that the power to remove or exclude persons who have no interest in the matter from attending. Subclause 12 in the main act is replacing the word minister with the word commissioner. Subsection 13 is replacing the word minister again with the word commissioner. Subsection 14 in the Principal Act has been corrected in terms of grammatical error. Subsection 15 in the Principal Act has been substituted by deleting the following wording: and the other member shall have no voice in such decision. Subsection 16 deletes subsection 16, the Principal Act. The deletion is that the minister's administrative powers to record the decisions of the court have been revoked. Subsection 17 in the Principal Act, the court will not impose costs on the parties, provided that the claim is not brought on grounds of unreasonableness. Clause 18 in the Principal Act is deleted. That is to confirm that the decision of the tax court may be appealed against. No, it means the subsection 18 in the Principal Act has been substituted so that then the decision of the tax court can be appealed against. Subsection 19 in the Principal Act is also repealed. Section 73A13 is substituted by subclause 13A and B. It confirms the right of the taxpayer or commissioner and also commissioner to lodge an appeal against the decision of the tax tribunal to the tax court. Transitional provisions allow for matters that were lying for appeal before the special court to be heard by the newly established tax court. This is a very short bill, and with that, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, once again, thank you very much for listening to my motivation, and I sincerely seek your support to have this amendment bill approved. I so submit. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Any discussions? Yes, Honorable Mwashindange.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am seeking the indulgence of the House to postpone the debate on this very important bill to the 2nd of July. Thank you.
2nd of July, there is a proposal. Any objections? Or actually, before I come to that point, I see there are 4 MPs on the list of speakers. So before we come to that, let me first hear from the members. The next is Honorable Lukato.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I just want to propose the suitable date for this imported bill to the 23rd of June. That it will be, yes, it will be Tuesday.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Honorable Lukato. There is one more member on the list. Okay, the member has left. So is there any objection to the proposal of Honorable Lukato of the 23rd? So then Honorable, yeah, so now it is agreed to, yes, it's agreed to that the debate on the bill is deferred until that day, yes. I assume that they do read because they are all leaders. Yes. Now, the 4th notice of a motion is the one by the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform. Does the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Water and Land Reform move the motion? The deputy is here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In terms of Rule 140, in 140 of our standing rule, I wish to postpone the motivation to next week, Tuesday. Thank you.
Okay. Agreed to? Very good. Now the 5th notice of a motion is the one by the Minister of Works and Transport. Does the Minister move the motion?
I do, Honorable Speaker.
Who seconds? Any objection? Agreed to. The Honorable Minister of Work and Transport. Oh? No, there is supposed to be the Minister tables the bill. I think the annotation is not in order. Eh? It's not a bill, it's just a motion.
It's an instrument, yeah, motion.
It's an instrument to table. So the Honorable Minister may table, please. Isn't it?
No, it's also not tabled. Just motivating.
Okay. The Honorable Minister has the floor.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I'm happy that all members are listening attentively. Thank you very much. You are supporting the garages. From the onset, Honorable Speaker, I wish to extend a warm welcome to these members, productive as they are, back from their busy schedule during that long recess. to this august House. I wish that this House and this session will be fruitful, productive, and downtrodden deliberations during this sitting. I rise today to motivate for the Republic of Namibia to accede to the Maritime Organization of Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa, MWESNA, a regional maritime cooperation framework established to promote safe, secure, efficient, and environmentally responsible maritime transport across our continent. Honorable members, Namibia is a maritime nation by geography, by opportunity, and by strategic responsibility. With over 1,500 kilometers of a coastal line and a world-class port of Walvis Bay. Our country is positioned as a critical maritime gateway not only for our economy, but for the Southern Africa region and the African continent at large. MWESNA provides a structured platform through which African coastal and inland states collaborate on maritime safety, security, and marine environmental protection, capacity building, and the harmonization of maritime policies and standards in line with the international conventions on the International Maritime Organization, IMO. By joining MWESNA, Namibia stands to derive several strategic benefits. First, it enhances maritime safety and security. Membership will strengthen cooperation on maritime domain awareness, search and rescue coordination, and the prevention of maritime crimes, thereby safeguarding the lives, vessels, cargo, and our maritime environment. Second, institutional and human capacity development. MWESNA facilitates technical cooperation, training, and knowledge sharing among member states. This will directly benefit our maritime administration, seafarers, port authorities, and related institutions. The regional integration and trade facilitation as Namibia advances its ambition to position Walvis Bay as a regional logistics hub. Alignment with regional maritime frameworks would improve efficiency, interoperability, and investor confidence in our ports and shipping corridors. Fourth is the environmental stewardship. MWESNA supports collective action in combating maritime pollution and promoting sustainable use of ocean resources, fully aligned with Namibians' commitments to environmental protection and the blue economy. Honorable members, Namibia's accession to MWESNA is fully consistent with Vision 2030, the National Development Plans, the African Union's Agenda 2063, and the African Integrated Maritime Strategy aims 2050. It is a forward-looking decision that reinforces our commitment to multilateralism, regional solidarity, and sustainable development. I wish to emphasize that accession to MWESNA does not compromise Namibia's sovereignty. Rather, it strengthens our voice, enhances our technical capacity, and positions our country as an active and responsible maritime partner within Africa. Honorable Speaker, I therefore respectfully call upon this Honorable House to support Namibia's accession to the Maritime Organization of Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa in the national interest and for the long-term benefit of our maritime sector and the economy. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
First? Okay, Honorable Hengari.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to postpone this to next week, Tuesday.
Okay. There is another member on the list, Honorable Ampanda. The Honorable Hengari want to postpone to next week, Thursday. Do you want to contribute earlier?
So, Speaker, I'm rising in terms of because I've been struggling with it. With your experience, you might be able to help us. In terms of the functions of the National Assembly, I'm rising on point to seek clarification from a presiding officer. Now, in terms of the powers and functions of the National Assembly, we are given a responsibility to either to consider and agree to international instruments and agreement. And it made mention of Article 32. That Article 32, 3E, that empowers the President to negotiate and sign international agreements and to delegate such powers. I want to understand, so do we only look at the agreement when we are supposed to accede to it, or we're supposed to be looking at the agreement when they are in draft form? Because 32(3)(e) says the President has power to negotiate. And then on the powers of the National Assembly, we are then given a responsibility to have an oversight over 32(3)(e). And 32(3)(e) has that component of negotiation. So then the President also delegates this power. Now when the President, because I'm thinking, are we not, is it delegating or relegating, what's the word? Neglecting our duties. Because for instance, when the government goes and negotiates a loan with an IMF or Eurobond, do we have an oversight at the level of negotiation? Before they go and negotiate or after they have signed? Is that, for example, a loan, will it qualify as an international agreement? So I'm really just, because it seems that when people go to conferences, they come with agreements and they come here so that they are part of our domestic laws under Article 140. So I'm really confused to hear exactly what are we doing. Is it after the fact, or is it both, before, during, or after? Maybe you will be able to assist us there.
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, that is something that we grappled with earlier on in the year. In terms of the Constitution, the way that it's written, the President is empowered to sign agreements on behalf of the country and to delegate persons to sign these agreements and bind the state. But where those agreements would require a ratification to take effect, and usually this happens if they deal with aspects that are not provided for in a law, or they deal with aspects that are not in alignment with something that is in the law. And we need now to ratify that agreement or convention so that we give it the force of law, so that the agreement is not illegal. So we then, as a parliament, has to agree to the ratification. The President negotiates, the President signs or delegates someone to sign, the instrument is brought to the Parliament for Parliament to agree to the ratification, after which the instruments of ratification are then, I don't know whether this is the correct words, but it's something to, is then deposited by the designated executive officer in terms of the law or in terms of the policy. But why I said that we experienced problems earlier on, last year I think it was, is we found that there is a provision in the rules. I was trying to look for that provision, and that provision looks like it's actually contradicting the provision of the Constitution, because that provision in the rule is saying that Parliament can be approached to make comments, you know, to a draft convention or agreement. And I remember that there was one such instrument that was brought to this House, and we referred it to a committee. And then the committee had to make comments, and the comments were brought here, and we agreed to the comments, and we sent them back to the executive. And that created that dilemma that you referred to, because the National Assembly is established as an oversight house. And now we were now put in a situation by the rules where we made comments that were sent to the executive, leaving the executive with the discretion to either accommodate those comments or not to accommodate them. But then it also created a duplication, because it means that if that convention needs to be ratified, it again had to come here after we had already made comments on it. So I think these are some of the issues that we need to look at in the rules, because in terms of the Constitution and the rules themselves, the laws take precedence over the rules. So the rules have to be in alignment with the Act and the Constitution. So, but the long and short of it is that, no, it is supposed to be the way it is being done. I take it that this instrument has been signed already, and then it's brought here for us to approve the ratification.
The intention is not to stop the discussion, it's just to get clarification. I'm actually of the considered opinion that there is something that we need to be able to work on there. I cannot foresee a situation where a government can just go and get a loan of 100 billion and they just sign, and after this they table that they've agreed. So there is, I'm happy that you face such a dilemma, because in other jurisdictions, before you even go and commit the country, you have to come and tell people what, because the Bank of Namibia Act, for example, says with international borrowing, you, before as a government itself, when you just have an intention to go and borrow money internationally, you must go to the Bank of Namibia before you go and negotiate. So after you go and you come back, you are again, before you sign, you must go back to the Bank of Namibia. Now I'm thinking, if the Bank of Namibia have before and after, how can the National Assembly just be after? So the executive have signed and the president have signed already. We are to do what? When the signature of our president. So it seems that there is some issues that we needed to be able to discuss. Perhaps the Committee on International Relations that doesn't have a chairperson yet. The meeting is tomorrow to elect the chairperson. So is it constitutional? Yeah. So somebody need to either, so that we know for sure, Speaker, that the interpretation is correct, or if maybe we are sleeping on duty, so maybe the committee could look at that. But since the Speaker have that experience with SADC, PF, and things like that.
The Honorable Wise is offering to assist us. He is a lawyer.
Well, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me the leave to speak. Honorable Speaker, I think if one has regard to our constitutional order, it envisages, two distinctive actions. One, in terms of Article 32, sub-Article 3, that has been referred to by Honorable Mpanda, the Constitution envisages two actions thereunder: an action to negotiate and an action to sign, or in alternative, an action to delegate. So the three verbs used thereunder is one of negotiating, signing, and delegating. Okay, that's Article 32, sub-Article 3, that Mpanda spoke to. Now, if one then goes to Article 62, sub-Article 2, E, if I'm not mistaken, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, sub-Article 60, Article 62, sub-Article 2 of the Constitution. I think it's E. If you go there, or is it D? Sixty-three. Yeah, sub-Article 63, E, yes. Article 63, subarticle 2, E. Yes. So that article envisage a different action, Honorable Speaker. It envisage now a process that is coming from a different organ of the state, coming before another one. And the Constitution is then instructive in terms of what that particular organ must do in reaction to an action taken by another organ of the state. So, and what it then says is that in that case, what is required of this House is to agree. I think that's a key word there. I don't have the Constitution before me now. Well, I'm reading what the Constitution is, or paraphrasing what the Constitution is saying. To agree, you know, to agree to the ratification of or the accession of the international instrument. Now, just by the ordinary meaning of ratifications and accessions, as Honorable Nashinge looks for his constitution, is really that you join in. You join in when you are ascending or ascending to something. You join in, or you adopt that position that is put before you. Or if it's a ratification, you agree or you agree to approve, or if you have reason not to, you cite the reasons as to why you are not approving. Now, what I'm trying to say, Honorable Speaker, I don't think in terms of the constitutional order, the intentions of the legislator or legislators as they were was to make Parliament part of the negotiation process. And I think that is a distinction that I think we should make, you know, for a constructive engagement as a house of, you know, of lawmaking. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Honorable members, I think that this is an issue that we need to discuss, because I referred to a rule and my attention was drawn to what rule it was, because I was also caught by surprise by it. When that item was brought to my office to facilitate for it to be referred to a committee for input, that was the first time I became aware of this rule, because I thought these instruments only come after the conclusion of the negotiations and after they are signed, so that the House can then agree to the ratification. And then we saw this rule, Rule 210, that says where the Assembly is required to agree to the ratification or accession in terms of Article 63 sub 2E, this process must then follow. And it felt kind of odd, really. It felt, maybe it was preemptive to say that Parliament want to avoid a situation where there is an oversight on the side of the executive, and then they negotiate, they conclude the negotiation, they come here for agreement, and then we raise issues that maybe they did not address, and then the process goes back. Maybe this rule was trying to preempt that, but it came out as a contradiction. That's why I'm not making a ruling, Honorable Member. That's why I'm referring this matter to for discussion, because it's a legal issue. I'm not going to make a ruling on it without appropriate advice. But I'm just saying, it is a complicated issue, and it needs to be considered in detail, taking note of the advice from the legal minds, so that we can see whether this rule is actually conflicting with the constitutional provision or it is giving effect to it. So for now, I think it's better that we just focus ourselves to what is on the table, unless if we want to refer it for further consideration. But the rules are saying we must be guided by the Constitution. So unless if really we are saying this Rule 210 is part of implementing this constitutional provision, which I would allow us to debate, to discuss in terms of Rule 6. Is it Rule 6 or Rule 5? Rule 6, ruling by the Speaker, that says the Speaker rules provided that Speaker may refer the matter for discussion on the floor. Yeah, but before I give Honorable Lukato, I see Honorable Wise seem to be saying, maybe I'm not getting something right. Is there something Honorable Wise Emmanuel want to? Okay, maybe before Honorable, wait. Let Honorable Wise come in and assist us, and then I'll give the floor to Honorable Lukato and Honorable Ampanda, so that we can ventilate the issue, and then we can see how we are going to move forward with it. Yes, honorable members, I have now 1, 2, 3, 4 members on the floor. Honorable members. Okay, so now I will start from Honorable Lukato. Honorable members, can I have your attention, please? I will start with Honorable Lukato, 1 minute. Honorable Nashinge, 1 minute. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, 2 minutes. Okay, on this issue, so that we can either defer a ruling and then move on, or we make a ruling or whatever we decide. Yeah, Honorable Lukato. No, but the postponement cannot take effect until we have exhausted the discussion. Yes, unless yes, honorable members. And if we are still discussing by knock-off time, we rise on the basis of automatic adjournment, because we can only go to next week, is it Thursday, if we know that no one wants to speak until then. Yeah, Honorable Lukato.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Tuesday.
Honorable members. My point is very short, just 2 seconds. Article 32 of the Namibian Constitution, the powers and the function duties of the president. The president is leading one of the state organ. And then there is also the legislator and also judicial. There are 3. According to the Constitution, those 3 organs, they are equally, powers are equally, as stated in the Constitution. So which means that the Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we need time to discuss and debate this issue. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
I saw Honorable Nashinge's light is flashing. 1 minute. Now there is a list, there is a line. Honorable Nashinge and then Honorable Ampanda. And is it on point of privilege?
Yeah. To add.
1 minute, please, honorable members. It's almost knock-off time. We don't want to rise by automatic adjournment. It's still not quite sure how to proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is really confusing, and I think it's good that Honorable Ampanda brought it up, because the Constitution is supreme. 32(3) E says the duties and function of the President is to negotiate and sign international agreements and delegate such powers. Now, the understanding is that that part is done.
Yes.
Now, what are we agreeing to?
Yeah, we are agreeing to E.
Are they going to go back to renegotiate because we have disagreed?
Okay, let me answer you.
Yeah,
what we are doing, 32, what is that section? 32, 3E, for the President to negotiate and sign international agreements and to delegate such powers. That part has been done. But now what remains is 63, 2E. That's a power of the National Assembly to agree to the ratification of or accession to international agreements which have been negotiated and signed in terms of Article 32 sub. No, honorable member, you can't disagree. Yeah, you can disagree. That is why it says to agree to the ratification of, yes, That's the point. But what we are saying, what is being said is here, you have organs that are autonomous from one another. Each one must work without the influence of another until the one's power to oversee the other one has to be invoked. And now what is happening here is the oversight authority of the parliament being invoked. So there is no problem there, honorable members. Let's not waste time on that part. Ne? Yes, Honorable Ampanda, before I come to.
Before the discussion get diverted, the principle of the discussion is this, so that we don't get diverted to other issues. We have, and in fact you have clarified towards the end. Now, these same rules are problematic. We all agree. There's a rule that is called sub judice. It's a problem, but it's here. Now, this rule, Speaker, made mention of that before the agreement is signed by the President. Whether we agree with it or we don't agree with it, I may not agree with it when you have a proper reading of 32. But Rule 110(1) says before the President signed this agreement. So let's say we don't agree with it, that it's written problematic, it's badly written, which may be the case. That rule does exist. Whether it's bad, it does exist. Now he speaks of a memorandum. And that rule, Speaker, imposes a responsibility on Honorable Nekundi in terms of 211(1). The minister responsible for the international agreement concerned must table the agreement and explanatory memorandum in the House and may move without notice or debate that the agreement be referred for consideration to a standing committee or a select committee. This is what we found here. So we have that 32 and we have 63. And then we have that aspect of agreeing or disagreeing. The reality is that there will come a time, even if we are not trying to fight one another. But Speaker, the truth is that what if one day we come to a situation where this assembly doesn't agree? We are not discussing to win the debate today. Yeah? What if we reach that situation? We might as well, here, this one is within our hands. Within our hands, we can decide that 210 and 211 is contradictory to the Constitution. But it does exist. So, proceeding, Honorable Nekundi, you have to subject yourself to 211(1). Okay, until we change that to standing rules. And we may agree with you that it's a contradiction. 211(1) rule says that you must prepare a memorandum and you must go to the committee that is responsible for that. That's what you must do as a minister. So not the motion, you must do that. I'm saying, okay. Speaker, you have assisted us so that the debate doesn't go. Yes. So now 32 and 63 and 210. So as we proceed.
Yes, I'll give
it's your story. So as we proceed, Speaker, as we proceed so that the debate doesn't get distracted. It's simply just to seek for clarity so that we have certainty. Whether what we are doing is correct, whether we are doing is procedural. And by the way, if it's contradictory, then it's contradictory, we change it.
Yes. Okay, Honorable Member, point of privilege, Honorable April, point of privilege. Yes, I will come to you. Now, Honorable Members, if you allow me to guide you, on this one I can guide you, but let me give the Honorable Member who have not spoken, and then I will give the member.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. It's really very disappointing because what we are doing for the last about hour plus gets down to some sort of a vote of non-confidence in the executive. Allow me. Because the executive is doing its negotiations, its signing and its delegation with power vested in them. And therefore no committee rule or standing rules of this parliament can override a constitutional provision.
Yes. Yes.
The president is.
No, it's okay.
The president
is constitutional.
The president. You see, that's a problem of some people who think they are the smart ones here. Sit down, Job. Sit down. You were talking all the time rubbish. Sit down. No. The president is vested by constitution. She is vested by constitution. Job, sit down. I was listening.
It's okay.
Sit down. I was listening to you. Comrade Professor, sit down. I was listening to you now. Yes. I was listening to you, Professor.
Remember, just allow
person also.
Honorable members.
No, sit down. It's okay. It's okay. You also used to it. Sit down.
Honorable member. Honorable Ampanda, take your seat.
The president.
No, just allow him to finish, please. No, it's okay, please. No, it's okay. Honorable member.
What debt am I throwing? What debt? Professor, what debt? No.
It's okay, honorable member. It's okay. Let him make a point of privilege. No, honorable member.
No.
It's okay.
Speaker, the time is going. The man is just looking for automatic adjournment.
Honorable member.
Speaker,
Honorable member, just please take your seat. Allow him. Let him make a point of privilege. Let him finish. Yeah, please.
Madam Speaker, no degree of intimidation will let me sit down.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, honorable
all
member.
I want is house.
No, it's okay.
The only thing,
no, it's okay.
I don't see the debt and aspersions here. All I'm saying is respectfully to bring the speakers back to the point. The president and whoever minister is delegated to sign an instrument or an agreement does it by virtue of the powers vested by the Constitution, not the Parliament rule. I so submit.
Honorable members.
Not the rule, Constitution.
Honorable members, let me make a ruling. Honorable members, I want to make a ruling. Honorable members. Because in terms of the rules, the presiding officer has the prerogative to make a ruling and may only put the matter for discussion out of a discretion that is actually unfettered. So, and I have exercised that discretion. I have heard the views of the members, and I am saying that in terms of Rule 6, which talks about the rulings by the presiding officer, read together with Rule 9. Rule 9 says, conflict with statutory instruments. Rule 9 says, where there is a conflict between these standing rules and a statute containing a procedure for the House to observe the procedure contained in the statute, must be followed. Okay, it says, where there is a conflict between these standing rules and a statute containing a procedure for the House to observe, the procedure contained in the statute must be followed. Now, the procedure that is contained in the statute is Article 32 sub 3E of the Constitution and Article 63 sub 2E of the Constitution. The latter says to agree to the ratification of or accession to international agreements which have been negotiated and signed in terms of Article 32 sub 3E. So this instrument was negotiated and signed, and we now have to agree to it. So that is the ruling. The only option that is available for us to do is to not agree. But we cannot say that the process was not duly followed. So that's the ruling. Now, if the honorable members have a different view, you go to the Standing Rules Committee and you discuss the matter and you bring it here, because I truly am available to be advised by the members. Now, on the basis of automatic adjournment, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 14 hours 30.